Hello, everyone. This is Milkman of Gaming Philosophy. Welcome back to Satisfactory. Let's see here. We are back at it after a little bit of a break. Last week I wasn't feeling too hot. I had a small ulcer in my mouth that I had to wait to heal. So we missed a week. But thankfully, we're back at it. Now, let's see here. These were aluminium ingots. The ingots got turned into sheets, and the sheets were, yes, we got many more of these. There we go.
Extend all of this.
What's going on, Bobcat?
I was putting things in all of the machines over here doing sorting thing that I need to get big.
Ah, okay. So Bobcat is joining me. Full Auto should be on later. Bobcat, I think, is still working on the massive sorting slash fuse box slash transportation system, all in one. I still have all these units up here, which are basically everything that was captured from scrapping the old facility. So we're trying to use those resources first. This is the new steel facility. The focus is turning the iron into ingots, and then the ingots get combined with coal using the alternate plan that we've unlocked, which allows us to go and make more steel faster. There is another alternate plan, but that requires petroleum coke, and apparently that is much more inconvenient to provide. So we're not doing that. But this allows us to have two maxed out, were they Mark 3s or Mark 4s now? I think they're Mark 3s. Yes. So each one of these produces 300 iron ore a piece. These foundries here go ahead and turn that 600 iron ore into 600 ingots. The ingots are then passed up here, and again they are matched input for input, but while they do have 600 worth of ingots coming in, they are producing a 50% increase in steel. So we are producing roughly 800 steel ingots a minute, which thankfully we do have access to Mark IV conveyor belts that can move 780. But again, one line moving this in, we're likely not going to ever see more than that 680 coming in, just because that's all the conveyor belts can handle. Now, what we are lacking right now is the production beyond the steel ingots. I've got a unit there full of steel ingots. I'm assuming one of those pathways I want to leave open because that may be routed to the sorting room that Bobcat is working on currently.
Question.
Yes.
Do you have a 2x2 space under the floor?
A 2x2 space under the floor. Which floor are you talking about?
All of them.
Then if I were to go ahead and count all the floors in all of the game that we've ever built, I would eventually have to say no. Because some of them would be yes, but all of them would be no, because there'd be eventually one that does not. You follow the logic there, right?
I'm just gonna hide some of the conveyor belt under the board. Don't look like that's gonna happen.
What conveyor belt did you want to hide under a floor?
All of them.
It is impossible to hide all of the conveyor belts under all of the floors. Some conveyor belts will have to come out of the floors eventually. You're trying for a very idyllic design. I get that, but let's try to go ahead and maintain some realism here as well. Yeah.
There's nothing real about this.
There is nothing real about a factory simulator placed in a sci-fi environment. You're right. But it is a video game. And the main mode in this video game to transport stuff is conveyor belts. So building a factory without conveyor belts, while an interesting challenge, and probably could be done with minimal conveyor belts, would be absolutely insane. Can you imagine if someone went ahead and did AI-controlled vehicles every step of the way to move resources around?
There's actually YouTubers.
Yeah, I'm sure there is, and I'm sure they're mad as a freaking hatter.
A little.
I will stick with conveyor belts, and that means sometimes they're going to be visible. Okay. Now, we do have places that need resources, like this.
If you need fuel, there's more fuel over here.
Over here is where?
Where do you think I've been at?
Oh, no. You said, if you need more fuel, it's over here. I am assuming that you went to the fuel yard, you've got some fuel and brought it back. Would that be a correct statement?
Shall I come and kill you?
No, I'm just trying to get a freaking straight answer out of you, Bobcat. I'm asking for specifics when you're giving me generalities because I don't know what you're talking about.
What have I been working on?
The sorting tower.
Smart man. You know where to come.
Ass. You could have said, I have a place over the sorting tower where it is stored. It's all you had to say, instead of being general and asking me to make assumptions. Assumptions are the basis in which miscommunication happens.
Fire that way.
Where is it?
You ran straight by it.
Yes, okay. Okay. Screws, beams, reinforced plates. Is there a reason why you have two storages that both have reinforced plates? This is reinforced iron plates and this is reinforced iron plates.
I see iron plates reinforced.
They're the same thing.
I think I need to pull up your stream because I think something's bugging out on your side.
Oh, well, okay. The front run was a reinforced iron plate. Everything beyond it was iron plates.
I didn't even see the one you picked up.
Okay, well... That's not a foreshadowing of things that could go wrong later. Alright. Whoop. Woohoo! Okay. Oh. I remember something. There it is. I have to do my regular visit.
I'm surprised you actually remembered.
Oh, shut up. My memory isn't that bad. Hey! How is everybody in the pen? Oh, you have some wood for me? All right. Well, guess what, guys? It's feeding time. We'll put some there. We'll put
There's
some
something
there.
really bad just popped in my head.
There's. Oh, that's not what I meant to drop. There's some there.
Some of the things you say, I swear.
You know what? I'm just feeding the lizard doggos. All right. If you want to think
Okay.
dirty, little thoughts about that, you can. But at least someone's taking care of the wonderful animals. Just leaving food around for them. All right. You're a cute one. Oh, you have some copper ore for me? What do you have? You don't have anything? Are you still shy? You getting some food? Yeah, you're getting some food too. They were starving. You're a good boy. You had some leaves. Alright. Alright, you boys behave yourselves. There's a little food left. We're gonna have to get some more berries. They need to go ahead and definitely add in agricultural to the game.
Actually did.
Oh, is it an experimental right now?
Yep.
Yep.
You can pick nuts and berries, infinite ones.
Okay. Alright, so what are the resources that we produce using steel? So if steel was the only thing in our inventory, the things that we could produce would be beams and rods, right? Steel beams and steel pipe. Nothing else is used, steel ingots are used in. So being that we know that our maximum speed that a conveyor belt can go is 780, we are going to split the production of value of that into two devices. I'm going to split it down the middle. So steel pipes is going to cost us, let's see if there's any alternate plans before I go ahead and make any assumptions. Okay. No real alternate plans for steel pipes or beams. But in this one, there's always a chance that an assembler with two resources could have a more complicated plan. Doesn't look like it though. Alright, so that means that we're going to do this all with constructors. Now, steel pipe costs 3 a second, whereas steel beams cost 4 a second. Now, let's just verify the math here. Little calculator. Alright. So we have 780 divided by 2. So that should be 390. So roughly 390. Now that if we were to split it completely evening. Now is that divisible by 3? Yes. But 390, is it also divisible by 4? No, it's not. It has a remainder. Okay. Hey, Dagger. The bed's made. You can see that. It's right back there. And iron plates for the win. I'm not twerking. Joseph, do not buy into... Why is the obsession with me twerking a thing? So, So there'd be a remainder of 2 ingots per minute not being used if we split them evenly. But this consumes 30 per minute. Oh, I did the math wrong. I was doing 1 production. Let's see. Minus, all right, divide by 30. So 13 constructors would be made for pipes, and 390 if we made plates. Divide by 60 would be 6. Okay. Now, Full Auto made a point to me that while I am doing the math, dividing resources to make sure that both buildings can run simultaneously, that one building or another is going to eventually get backed up, but your production level doesn't change, which means that there is now a lull in production at that point. So all of the resources being produced base could go towards this. So what if I went in and calculated differently? What if I ran both lines like they were getting the full 780, but I split them regardless. I'm going to split them, but just let them cap out when they produce too much. So if I go ahead and divide 780 by the 60, I would make 13 constructors for steel, and 780 divided by the 30 for beams, for pipes, that would go ahead and be 26. So that way we're getting the absolute most production out of one if the other one's backed up. Which means, though, that they are run at half production levels when both are going at the same time. So it's allowing the factory to split the resources as needed rather than me forcing the numbers, which might give us a better efficiency. Dagger, no. I am not streaming Huni Pop anytime soon. Let me go ahead and get past the fact that we're going to have to do an age-restricted Cyberpunk 2077, and then I'll consider Huni Pop, alright? So, let's go ahead and do the 13.
I'm surprised you're even going to stream it.
I normally wouldn't, but Dagger is one of the longest running viewers of the channel, and he has been asking for it forever. And he did gift me the game a while back. Okay. So. What if, because we have these two layers here, if I were to, I could easily put this under here, and I could easily put one here. So I think I might go ahead and put the 13 of the first one on this floor, and expand on this floor that I made to improve the density for making the iron ingots in, to making the density for the because I could definitely fit, that's 10 smelters right there, so I think I could probably fit 13 constructors fairly well here. if I go ahead and extend it out just a little bit. Because, well, let's be very clear. Constructors are a little bit more chonky than smelters, width-wise. So I'm going to need more length. Or width, rather. Okay. So, first things first. Let's see, logistics. We'll put that there. Now, let's see here. Production. I need to leave enough room to run the outputs. I think that'll be good. So, since I'm running 13 of these bad boys, which, you know, I get how that number just may squick some people out. That's 6 on one side. So that there. All right. Now, let's see. Logistics. Conveyor splitter. That should be good. And then we're going to put another splitter right here. So this splitter connects into here. That goes into here. So this will feed the line. So all the way down. All right. All right. It's close, but I can make that work. And last one. All right. I realize there's no point in having a splitter there. So, there we go. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and if I put this on plates, it's only going to ever consume 60 per minute. Okay, no. I was thinking go ahead and putting them lesser tiers down, but we have plenty aluminium sheets. They're not something that we're going to run out of anytime soon. So might as well go and do it the highest grade. That way, if there's ever a situation where there is a shortage created, they can always catch right back up and restock the machine faster than it's pulling resources. So, alright. So this is enough machines to handle all of our steel beam production. If all of our steel was put into steel beam production alone. Now, Bobcat,
Yeah.
do you have an output for steel beams already?
Yes, I do.
Alright. There will be a storage unit here that steel beams will be getting put into, that will face the direction of your facility. So
You can just put it in the one near me.
yes, but I'm using this. Okay, a portion will go ahead and go towards you, yes, but another portion of it will be rerouted to the next phase. So that's why I'm making a buffer, because as far as your sorting facility goes, it does not handle producing resources. Those are just resources for us to grab should we need it. It doesn't feed back into the factory at any point. Am I correct?
Eventually, it will be tied directly into a sink.
Okay, so in other words, all of that, all the excess that is not being stored in there gets bled off and is not put back into production in any way, shape, or form. So if I want steel beams for production, unless I'm manually pulling them out, I need to have a source that I'm holding on to, which is that's what this unit is going to be. Okay. So, that said, to have this sync up well, we're going to need our output be here. So we want to go ahead and get a conveyor merger that is going to merge this and this, at which point we'll wrap this around here. Now, it's a little bit of a problem, but not one that'll be hard to solve. See, I could wrap a conveyor belt through here, but that seems to be that might be a bit complex. So rather than have the output line go ahead and wrap all the way around here, somehow negotiate that connect and then go into there. Because I used a Mark II storage, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to run a second output line out this side and also go into there. That way, we don't have to conflict with other conveyor belts, and we go ahead and can pull out of these machines at the absolute fastest the resources can be produced. There we go. It does mean that I will have to figure out how to route through here without going ahead and dealing with clearance issues with this machine here, which shouldn't be too hard to do. This means move this forward a little bit. Okay. All right. So here's the tricky part, because I do have a lot of clearance issues with this mine here to go ahead and make this work. So we want a conveyor merger here. It's going out this way. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And done. All right. So. All right. Now, we can rebuild our Mark II storage. Line it up with that one. Move it forward enough that there's likely to be little to no clearance issue. All right. So. There and there. All right. And that way, all 13 machines will be ready to go. They've just got one problem with them right now. They don't have power. Now, there's a couple of open lines off this that I can easily route into. Now, until the guys reroute the power to have power run to each specific machine for each specific quadrant of the factory, I'm going to route things so things just work. And rerouting power can be something that they sort out later. Because it's nice to have a whole fuse box panel, go ahead and extend it to the facility all over the place. That definitely is a nicety. But I need things to function. And Bobcat already has enough on his plate without me haranguing him about running power lines. Isn't that right, Bobcat?
Do it yourself.
Exactly, see? See, he's already breaking down all the storage that I was using to go ahead and rebuild things and putting it into the storage system. So he's got enough on his plate. He doesn't need me harassing him. Alright. And really don't have much in the way of quick wire getting routed in here.
It hasn't even been routed.
Yes, that was the point I was making.
Don't make me kill you.
Okay, well, you know, honestly, I don't think I could make you do anything. But if you're inspired to murder me, that's how much more on you than me, I think, in the grand scheme of things. Okay. There are 3 machines left. So I'm going to build a small power pole so I can route power to it. And then the 3 remaining machines. So that way routing power from this quadrant that produces beams is fairly easy. So That leaves, in that Mark II that makes steel ingots, a place that they can connect to for the sorting line. This creates a place for the steel beams to be stored, whereas I can use one of these outputs for further production, and they can use another output for the sorting line should they want to. Now, with 13 of these lovely beastly things built, we're definitely not pulling them out any faster than we're making them still. But you'll notice that these ones in the front are completely full, whereas the ones in the back are kind of struggling for resources. That is going to be the case temporarily until they get everything gets backlogged, because each one of these can hold 100 ingots for manufacturing. Once it catches up, where these are full in front of resource, more resources will get passed down the line, the ones that aren't getting used. See? It's just a matter of them capping out before. See? 41. This is going to be starved until these ones get capped out. But once everything's capped out, we'll see a nice even production level. Okay, now, as I said, for beams, it's going to go ahead and take 13. But for pipes, to meet the same level, it's going to take 26. And that's why this splitter's here. Production, or actually logistics splitter here, at which point I can use this and this area down here to go and get a start on the 26. I don't know if it's going to be enough room, but it's a start. Now I do have something over here that's using beams for something. Let's go ahead and see what this conveyor belt line leads to. This is for the versatile framework. Well, the versatile framework isn't being produced right now, so I don't think I have to worry about reconnecting that line anytime soon. So that can just hang out there. Alright. Now, we're going to want to pack this as dense as possible. So, splitter. There. Alright. And production constructor. Let's go ahead and get a count going so I can go and resupply to make sure I get the right amount of supplies. Okay, so I have enough reinforced plates, but I'm definitely short on cables. So let's go ahead and get some more cables. Let's see, what do we have over here? Oh, look, cables. More than enough. Alright. Again, first and foremost, using resources that were from when the old factory got stripped down. Now, okay, I think that is, okay, so we need to make 13 of these on each side, and I don't know if we're going to have enough room for it, but if we do, it'll be magical. Alright, we've hit our first bump in the road of production. we do not have enough. But there's a way to work around that. We're going to build as much as we can, and then we will go ahead and see what we have to do to correct. Okay, you are too far forward. I think it'd probably be best if I make sure I get the splitters down first to ensure that there is plenty of room for the splitters to actually do their job. Alright. Hey Daniel, how's it going, bud? Welcome to the stream. Okay. No. Alright. So. Let's go and do a count because I think I had to unbuild and rebuild once. I think we're 10 short. So I think we're going to add 1 to that to make it accurate. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that means 16. So I have to squeeze in 10 more. Well, that's going to be a bit of a challenge. And the reason for that being is, well, I don't have a lot more forward space I can move due to the rock formations here. So let's see what we can do about correcting these rock formations that will work for us. If I simply do a massive ramp for the size of the factory here and extend out, well, this will definitely let me continue on the line that I need to go and get these here, but as you can see, we're still not quite above ground level, and that's going to make things awkward placing. So we need to go and go just a little bit more. We go a little bit more here, and then go there. That should keep us right above things. But let's be real. An absolute extreme angle and then a not so extreme angle is not very, how should I put this? Not very ergonomic. It's harder to run conveyor belts across. It's going to be hard to go ahead and run all sorts of things across. So what if we go ahead instead, let's see if we can try a gentler angle and achieve the same result. Okay. If we were to do that, we would have some rock faces sticking up in the middle. True. But other than conveyor belts, I don't plan to build buildings on a slant, so that's not going to be as big of an impediment as you would expect. But here, when I go ahead and go up again, it's not going to give me the incline I need. Okay, so it looks like I was, albeit it's not the best, doing the extreme and then the slight is probably going to be what fits this situation the best. Okay. I was hoping for a milder angle, but pardon me. You do what you can with what you got. And right now the terrain is kind of crap. But we try things out to see how they work, rather than just assuming they will or they won't. Okay. So, here's the problem though. I have to fit 10 more of these machines up here. Obviously, I don't have room for 10 more machines to be built this way, right? If I did that, I'd be running into this production area over here. So how are we going to go ahead and do this? Clearly I don't want to interfere with whatever machinery is going on over here. Looks like, are these just sinks feeding on things? I think this is not anything important.
No, not really.
So as long as I don't interfere with someone's minecart, I'll just pick it up, carry it around with me for now. Let's see here. Oh, also this section is slightly off the rest of the floor, which I think I can make work still.
Which is what pull out of why he wanted it completely destroyed.
Yes, why he wanted his still area completely destroyed, because it was drastically off. Whereas the copper area, I rebuild, and yes, there is some overlay, but it works. So what I will be doing is...
But you still want a mess. Got it.
You know what? People can stress out and be hypercritical of the smallest things that work just for an aesthetic reason. And they will likely have a very stressful life, full of strife. Me personally, I'm just going to relax and build a factory. And I think I've got a way to make this blend and work without being a significantly larger amount of stress to me. Which I think, if I have to choose between more stress or less stress, which way do you think I'm going to roll?
Neither.
Okay then.
Because you're not really rolling. Plus you're turning into a ball.
So, with these being slightly off like that, I could simply go ahead and snap 8 to this. And there is a slight lip, but I don't think will interfere with anything there. Thus allowing me to blend these two factory floors together a bit without any major problem. All right. Now, as we discussed, to meet the production potential, we need 26 of these. Right now, we have 16. 10 more need to be made. And we do have a much larger factory area to make it in, thanks to this expansion. But I look at this and I'm thinking, maybe I could use this for other things as well. Maybe using it for making these pipes would not be ideal. At which point, because I've only got so much space, and the way I'm building a factory does make the factory footprint much bigger, but relies on less superchargers. There we go. I think I'm just dilly-dallying, trying to go and figure this out. And I should just do instead of wonder. But could I do this in a way that will be... What is the way that is the most effective? Alright, so let's go and take this conveyor belt, old conveyor belt, out here. Let's say if I were to go ahead and organization, see that since I have this being my out for steel, let's say I wanted the out for pipe to be nearby, but not interfering. Probably there would be good. All right. Now, this is going to take 30 steel ingots in a minute, but produce 20 a minute. So we are going to see a reduction in value in parts per minute, but they'll be more refined. So if I go ahead and go to logistics and we build a merger, and we do these mergers this way, will there be any problem with the mergers wrapping around the machinery and all going in one side? that's the case, there we go. No, I think we can wrap around that fairly well. What I can do is bring this out over here, and I could try to make the last few constructors I need. Take up again. Okay, so this is maximum forward I can put them. Again, the goal is to take up as little of this build space as possible because, again, if I can, I want to use it for other things. Have you considered mixing components of a recipe on a single conveyor belt? Possibly. Okay, I have done mixed materials on a single conveyor belt in the past using things like programmable splitters and stuff like that. And yes, it could work in a way that allows you to go and use less conveyor belts. But it also complicates conveyor belts immensely using programmable splitters. And when it comes to building a factory, I stated the KISS theory. Keep it simple. If you go ahead and put multiple materials on a conveyor belt and you use a programmable splitter systems to sort those for any sort of production, if one material gets backed up for one production line, all the materials for all the other production lines are also now getting backed up because that one item doesn't need any more of that specific material, even though that specific material is still getting thrown on that conveyor belt. So it can introduce a lot of problems, Daniel, by going and putting multiple materials on the same conveyor belt line with how conveyor belts are handled in Satisfactory. That might be doable in a game like Factorio because they use robot arms to move items off conveyor belts as needed. But with Satisfactory, resources are first come, first serve kind of orientation. There's no robot arm to select resources off a conveyor belt line. So it can lead to a lot of backups using programmable splitters in Satisfactory. So by making the situation more complex, you introduce the possibility of more problems. Which, again, I wouldn't recommend. Because the simpler the system is, the less points of failure you have. And the...
Just a chicken.
What?
That's just a chicken.
You can call it being chicken. I call it being intelligent. All right. Now we have all 10 of our production facilities. So now we have to line these up the way that'll work. Okay. hopefully that will step in there, okay? Good. Now, that's the problem. Because there is a height difference. Come on. With at least this first one. I'm going to find a splitter difference that will work. There we go. Because of the uneven angle of this, you definitely have to be mindful of that angle. But now that I've got an angle that I know works, should be able to fill these out. Yeah, no. Yeah. There is no maintenance to machinery. There is no needs for conveyor belts. They are the easiest way to gather movement supplies around, surely because they don't need any resources. In real life, a conveyor belt needs regular maintenance.
Which I hope they change in the future.
Yes, because you're a masochist.
I like realism.
Okay. I don't play video games to work a job. I play video games to have fun. This is the problem with survival simulator games right now in the industry. This is why games like Green Hell was a fun experience, whereas games like Scum is a pain in the ass. There's a balance that has to be had. If you go ahead and make your game too realistic, you run the risk of it being more of a chore to play the game than an enjoyment to play a game.
I have a feeling the game's about to crash.
Or you're just freezing up a little bit.
Or both.
So, see, with a game like Scum, you go ahead and end up having multiple different nutritional needs that you have to master with your character. If you eat just proteins, you will start go ahead and getting sick from vitamin deficiencies rather rapidly.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, because you're a masochist. We established that, Bobcat. But it's also a game where you're basically an escaped prisoner dropped in the middle of a rural environment dealing with zombies and the like. So it's like if you were to take Minecraft but make it hyper realistic.
I think I need to go buy this game.
Yeah, I tried streaming a bit of it. It's one of those things that it's just like, yeah, but why though? I mean, I get the concept and the idea, but people play video games as an escape from reality. Making the game too realistic to the point where it feels like a chore to play it, you can quickly lose the enjoyment. So, you need to have some fantasy, you need to have some simplicity. Although I do go ahead and value a level of realism. Making a game a chore to play would quickly go ahead and kill the enjoyment of that game for me. Which, no offense to the developers of Scum, I think that's why I only streamed that maybe once or twice, and then never again. Because there wasn't much to the game other than you had some extreme survival metrics that you had to manage, and there were things that could kill you at the drop of a hat all the time. You know what? I would agree with Daniel on that point that the game would be more interesting from introducing a hostile element that would go ahead and try to interfere with your factory building. But I think that they want to go ahead and, because it's early access, they're currently in the mode where they want to develop all the factory building first before introducing the hostile elements. Like, look at it this way. Zombies took a while to be introduced into Minecraft. And I would say the game is better for not rushing that element. It started off as a peaceful game first and foremost, and then slowly developed the combat narrative eventually when it was ready. By not pushing hostile elements in the early game, you can go and get the bulk of your mechanics down for everything else. So, do I see them eventually setting up things like rebar turrets that you can auto-feed rebar 2 and have a targeting system to take out enemies? Yeah, I do, totally. That makes sense. If they introduced hostile enemies, there's going to be a turret system that you're going to have to constantly produce ammo for, and managing the rate that the turret fires versus the amount of enemies it has to kill, and making sure that you produce enough ammunition for that turret and keep it fed regularly would be an interesting added mechanic.
Hey Mel.
Yo.
That's 7 days to die.
Yes, but 7 days to die doesn't have any automation. Not really. You're making everything manually in 7 days to die. Is there a single bit of factory machinery in 7 days to die?
Workbench. You can automate it with a workbench.
You can automate it with a workbench. So how do you automatically load resources into a workbench?
Got a point there.
How do you automatically withdraw crafted resources with a workbench? How do you set a workbench to automatically produce specific There's no automation in a workbench. It's just a workbench. Yes, you can craft things in a workbench. But no different than...
Glad I had a week.
What?
Glad I had a week away.
Oh! Ouch. Well, that is definitely not lined up appropriately. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And comparing the game to Factorio is just going to be... Oh, this needs to be a merger, not a splitter. Factorio is a game that sits in a similar sphere of gaming as Satisfactory. But again, the graphic fidelity is much different. And the concept even is similar to a point. I'm pretty sure I would like Factorio just as much as Satisfactory if I had a copy of it, which I don't. But I've seen many people cover it, so I would like to think I have some idea on the mechanics of it. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, in Factorio, the resources that you're harvesting from an area, they're not infinite like they are in Satisfactory. They can be depleted. Am I correct? So you constantly have to move your resource gathering, even if you have a stable facility that has all your production needs met. Am I right in that assumption? Okay. And now we're going to line this up here. All right. Yeah, they do deplete. All right. Okay. So, what we have is the 10 remaining constructors are up here. They are inputted from the back here. They do produce out the front here, but that loops around and connects with that production area that loops around and then feeds into this over here. So this is our output for steel beams. This is our output for steel pipes. Near each other where they can be manageable. Okay. Now, I need to make sure that I have all of these set. 2 steel pipes. Okay. All right. Relay dagger. Yeah. That would make sense. Encouraging use of trains to be that way. You would go ahead and have your resource extraction part of your facility that automatically feeds into a train yard, uh, and you'd have your intake facility that always stays in the same place. And you would your extraction facility you would unbuild when the resource gets depleted and rebuild elsewhere over and over again. Which would, if you don't strip out all of your rail and you leave it there, could go ahead and give you a sprawling railway rather quickly from resource point to resource point. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Godless heathen joined a GTA system. Really? Well, I think there's going to be a lot of new players in GTA now that it's being given away for free on the Epic Store. And I wonder, I'm pretty sure that that's going to be cross-platform, so we're going to see a whole new league of GTAers, I think.
Yeah, a lot more hackers too.
Yeah. Which is sad that that's part of the DNA of GTA. And I think it's going to be part of the DNA of just about any Rockstar game.
Sadly.
Let's see here. So I think I'm going to make this my central wire that builds off of everything. And I think that there was a, yes, point there. So I have one post that's basically the main post for feeding each area, make it easier for them when they want to get their circuit breaker system in place, that I know which wire to cut and try to loop it in. That is if I remember. Because, let's be real, I might forget. Oh, it looks like I need more cable. Okay. Let's see what's left of the original storage system. It looks like someone's been busy on expanding. Quite a bit so. Let's see. Ah, here we go. I'll just take 3 of those. And whoop. There we go. Okay. Okay. Now, how many more do we have? Quite a bit. All right. Gonna put that there. Okay. And we perfectly have just one left. There we go. And there we go. 26 constructors, all making pipe as fast as the ingots come in. Okay, so we have tons of steel beams, and the steel beam construction, of course, has backed up. So all of the iron ingots are currently backing up the steel ingots will be backing up the pipes facility until it's backed up and filled this up. And it's just a matter of these two getting routed into the preceding devices. Now, let's go ahead and pop over here. Now let's take a look at what steel pipe is used in and steel beams. So let's see here. Steel pipe is used in making satyrs. Is there anything else that we use steel pipe for?
Heavy modular frames.
Heavy modular frames. That would be in a manufacturer, right?
Correct.
Let's see. Plastic and motors for that. Okay. So steel pipe is needed to go into satyrs, heavy modular frames, and nothing else?
Trying to remember.
No, it looks like it. Unless there's an alternate recipe that we discover. Because I think there is some alternate recipes that make encased industrial beams using pipe instead of beams. All right. Do we have a facility set up still to make heavy encased beams?
It was in the steel area if it's still there.
No, then no. So I need to make sure that off of the pipe area, I definitely make an area that is going to produce rotors using the pipe, but also leave an area where one we can split off and make heavy encased beams as well. But the rotors are the next step. Now, since we do have 26 constructors producing 20 pipes a minute, we do have 582 pipe being produced with the natural knockdown that would occur with that. So, if I were to go and take this and go to satyrs, well, this consumes 15 steel pipe a minute. So if we divide 520 by 15. Oh, oh, oh. Do you know how many facilities we would have to make to match that production level?
A lot.
35! Well, technically 30 point with a remainder of 6. But I don't think we need that many satyrs, do you? That would be, let's see, that's 5 parts per minute, so times by 5. That would be 133 and 173 satyrs with a remainder of 3 per minute. I don't know if we'll ever need that many satyrs. They are used for a wide range of things, don't get me wrong. But making 34, what do you think? Do you think that's overkill or no?
That's small.
Okay, so you're saying that that's not overkill. I should make 34. Okay. Okay. We'll do it. Okay. So I need to make 34 assemblers. Now, seeing as this uses copper wire and steel pipe, we have the steel pipe facility here, I can use this to go ahead and make the 34 assemblers here. Let's see here. That is not... I misclicked. Oh, holy crap. This is gonna be ludicrous. Okay. Because we have the copper wire facility over here. So we can definitely get access to copper wire easily and pull it off and combine with a steel pipe. So that is convenient. So if we do this, let's see here. Let's go ahead and for spatial reasons, This is going to be a little bit more challenging. Well then. So if I were to put, let's go ahead and say I have my output here and logistics output merger. And this is like as close as I could go and get the merger output. And then I would go ahead and put my assembler down off of that. And that's probably as reasonably close as I could put it. Because they are so big and they have multiple inputs here, okay. You can run the steel pipe around here, feed into here, the outputs on that end. Oh, these are gonna be, this is gonna take up a lot of room. Okay. Alright folks, I need to go ahead and go to a brief intermission to go and deal with something real quick. I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the restroom real quick. It'll just be a moment. All right, folks, I am back. There's some things going on in the background outside of Stream IRL that I may have to break away to deal with that I was just made aware of. So I'm going to try to be as dedicated to the stream as always, but sometimes family emergencies as they prop up have to be handled. So hopefully I don't have any further interruptions. I found out right when I went to that restroom break that things have gotten kind of crazy. But Bobcat just let me know that there was some problems he was having that would most likely be handled with a restart. So I have saved, relaunched the game, and let's see if I can end. You're in Satisfactory currently, right, Bobcat?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to have to bust it all the way back down to desktop and relaunch it because it's getting the glitch that happens when it doesn't think that you're connected to the same internet connection I am. So, yeah.
I'll do the same.
Yeah, so yeah, I just needed a cloud sync real quick. I'm relaunching it now. But yeah, if I have to go to a quick intermission because of a situation that's going on, please be understanding. I have a mother that gets very confused easy, and My dad does the best he can to take care of her, but sometimes she pushes him to his mental limits. So sometimes I have to get involved to go ahead and de-escalate the situation. No one's in physical risk or anything. But yeah, I'm going to keep the rest of that personal. I'm not going to go into too much detail about it. But if I have to break away for a moment, know that I have a very valid reason why. Okay, I can re-invite you now. Okay. And General Nugget, welcome to the stream. Stay tours. Stay tours. So Daniel, are you saying stay tours like that because I keep on calling them satyrs, as in the mythical creature that is half goat, half man, normally has the inclination to chase nymphs around until it can capture one to celebrate with? Yeah, I call them satyrs, and they are stay tours. I know I pronounced them wrong. I try to be a good son. I try to be. If you don't got your family, you got nothing. At least in my opinion. But yeah. I think that it's getting to the point where there's a limit to what I can do to help. So I think I'm going to be reaching out to a care provider that is used to dealing with these kind of mental health issues, so I can go ahead and get both mom and dad seeing a counselor so they can work through some things. It's not healthy that dad keeps on feeling like he's the bad guy for constantly having to help mom sort things out in her own headspace. It's just not fair to him. Some rotors while I'm here. Ooh, okay, that's going to take pretty much all of our rotors. At least what we had in the storage. I'm sure I've got them being produced already. I just need to go ahead and, well, did I make sure that they were getting produced again? Let's go ahead and take a look. I want to make sure that the rotors were being produced over here somewhere, because if they're not, I might have to deal with that. Okay, that's the screws. Yeah, rotors are being produced. So are modular frames, and so are screws, and they're all being passed through here. So I could use these three output lines here to connect into Bobcat's sorting system as well. Okay. They're just not connected. It's important, though, that Bobcat get the infrastructure of the sorting facility set up first, and then we can start routing things to it. Okay. But yes, I will be going vertical at some point. I kind of have to, because you can only build wide so far, because you eventually do have to build tall.
Careful on that wording, though. Damn.
I have no idea what you're mentioning. Everything I was said innocently. If there is some sort of perverse meaning in the wording there, you are imagining it, sir. It's not intentional, I swear. Okay. Now, as we discussed, the production that is needed to produce the maximum amount of day tours, also satyrs, would be 34. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're definitely hitting a situation where, let's see here. If I go ahead and put, hopefully enough to get an even 10 here. Let's see here. Oh. Let's see here. Do we have, I need some biofuel. No, it's empty. I think there's some over here. Right? Nope. I don't know. I can just process them down. Yeah, over here. There you go. Okay. I gotta clear out a little bit of foliage that's in the way. But if I go ahead and get this set up so there's a row of 10 here, I can go ahead and then build tall here and get that same row set up so where we have it 10, 20, 30, and then the 4 above it. And I think that will work for what I need. Okay. Okay. Now, when I go ahead and come over here, only then do we have clearance issues. I'm gonna have to build this as tight as possible, of course, because, and I do get that we're gonna have some things poking through looking weird. Don't get me wrong. But, wait, let's see here, assembler. If I were to go ahead and I need to go ahead and make sure that I can build a, okay, yeah, I can definitely build an assembler over the top of the tip of another assembler. Some assembler inception, if you will, so I can pack them even tighter. Thank you so much for the stream quote there. Oh my god. It was going to happen eventually. What is it about poking that is, so perverse, guys? I argue that everything in the English language could be perverse if you phrase it in a way and draw a meaning into it, even if it is not intended. I mean, even something so innocent as cookies could be made perverse if phrased the right way and you make the right assumption. Like, okay, let's take... Okay, everybody's familiar with the Grandma's Cookie brand, right?
Who?
You've heard of Grandma's Cookies?
No.
It's a brand name of cookies, right? That's a completely innocent brand name. There's nothing wrong with a cookie company calling themselves Grandma Cookies, right? It implies that, it's cookies like your grandma would make for you. An existing brand in the world, and there's nothing perverse about it. Unless you make it perverse. And trust me, it's not that hard. Okay. My point is, I do not intend like 90% of the innuendo that you guys seem to find in the things that I say. All right? That is okay. That is my point. I'm just going to drop it. All right. I'm going to just drop it there. Because I'm already seeing the direction the chat's going with this. And I'm instantly regretting that I brought up oh, I need to go and get more aluminum sheets. This way. Oof. Yeah, this is the wrong facility. This is the copper facility. Okay, there we go. Here's the steel facility. All right. Ooh, I forgot to calculate something. Okay. Yeah, no, I did calculate it. I was thinking, oh, am I going to be hitting maximum conveyor belt for the amount of satyrs that we're producing? And then I realized, oh yeah, I remembered, it's going to be 173 some odd satyrs. So, no. With a conveyor belt that does 780, 173 ain't going to be no thing. Alright. Now, here, logistics, conveyor splitter, we are going to want to have a splitter stack that is enough distance away that one can route to there and another can route to there. See, that's where the splitter stack is too close. There you go. So, oh, that's also not aligned. Oh, this. Oh, and I once again put it too close. Okay. Sure. I mean, I wasn't made to build it right there, but that is far enough back that shouldn't be a problem. All right. Okay. Okay. Trying to line these up so they're basically the same place. So, copy. All right, perfect. Wait a second. Oh wait, no, that was correct. I saw a gap in the building that I thought was inaccurate with the correct spacing, and it was just me eyeballing it incorrectly. Oh, that also means that I accidentally reduced this by one. Alright. Now, if I go ahead and, oh, perfect. So 10, 20, whew, This is gonna be a mess! And by a mess, I mean amazingly messy, but still functional. So,
I've returned.
welcome back, bud.
75 tickets.
75 tickets? 75 tickets in what?
In my inventory.
Ah. Alright. So, because I am building tall like this, for the sake of making this work, these feed lines are going to likely get complicated unless I'm very smart about how I do them. Because the feed lines also need to go ahead and be able to get tall with this. And I think what we're going to have to do is have opposing feed lines. What I mean by that is, while I have the plates coming in this way, I think I'm going to have the copper come in this way. Because at each end, there's going to have to be an escalator taking the resource that doesn't get used up to the next level. So that way, the resources are stacking with the stack. So, example, right now this one here is facing the wrong way because it's feeding along this way. I'm going to have to feed it the opposite, and I'll show you why here in a moment. So let's go ahead and take this line in here, which we know to be our feed line for this. There we go. And build the line down. All right. Now, that gives us an output here and here that we can utilize. Well, that might work. Rather than having them go ahead and go opposing directions, I could go ahead and just use, since this splitter works this way, I could have one split off one side and the other split off the other side. That'll work. Okay. I was thinking I was going to have to make it crisscrossy and all confusey, but have him go all traveling the same path will make it work just as much. Let's see here. I don't think this sink is really being used at all right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of it. so we can start getting this, because the output is not going to be confused. The output for this is going to be easy to set up in comparison to the input, because it's 2 inputs, is going to be a little bit more complicated. Okay. All right. Now this here, I'm going to take this out. This was again a sync system that we were experimenting with early on, and we're no longer using, because Bobcat's building a much more efficient one, where we're not having multiple syncs. So let's go ahead and undo all this. There we go. Oh, I did not mean to do that. There we go. I meant to hit sort. Okay. So we know we have copper wire here, which is unfortunately kind of in the middle of things, and I'm gonna need it to be put into here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and put that way. Let's see here. I'll do this for now. All right. And now and then there we go. Now okay, if I put this one this way and this one this way, okay, then I go ahead and take these two out, and then I go ahead in logistics, take a Mark 5 bottom, and it automatically feeds. Sweet. And then I take another one of these, put this one to there, it automatically feeds. There we go. And I now have the feed system set up to, so they have the inputs of that end, they go all the way down here, then set up to feed all the way back. Okay, so I need to build 2 splitters to go and get the right height on each of these. Doesn't matter what direction they're facing, because honestly it doesn't matter because they're not the ones that feed into this. But on this one I need to have the orange arrow feeding from the feed end. And we can get the rest of this set up. Alright. And then just take the middle 2 out. Alright, folks. I need to go ahead and take care of things again. I will be right back in just a little bit. Hello everyone, I'm back. Hopefully things are taken care of at least temporarily. I'm going to try to go and finish this line, but if things continue to go the way they are, I may have to call this stream early to go ahead and deal with the evolving problem, because my intermissions don't seem to be, me trying to go and help them, don't seem to be solving the problem. And I don't want it to get any more worse. So it seems to have calmed down again, but if there is a third situation where I have to step away from the stream to handle a family situation, I will be ending the stream at that point. So just a heads up, normally I try to go for 5 to 8 hours, but family has to come first. Dagger, what the hell are you slapping me for? I don't think I'm building more than Bobcat's planned infrastructure can handle. At least I don't think so.
You're not gonna touch it.
See? Bobcat seems confident. And plus, Bobcat has a situation where his infrastructure, if I end up overproducing, it's all going to feed into a sink anyways, which is going to do nothing but produce more tickets for all of us. So, better overbuild than underbuild at this stage of the game. Yep. Okay. I am running low on fuel, so time to go and get another stack. All right. Back to it. Now, I do see a situation here where we are going to hit a height limit due to other things being built in this area. So that is a concern worth having. But we do now have 20 of the 34 planned built. And I think what I'm going to do here is Okay. That's not gonna work. Okay. I have to tweak this just a little bit. So, merger. Oh, it was fine the way it was. It's this one that's a problem. Okay. We're gonna need to have the output here, and then input output there. And that way we can now have everything in this line feed down this way. So before I expand this any farther, I am going to go ahead and get this 20 powered up and synced up to make sure that everything is functioning like I expect it will, and troubleshoot any problems before I build the next 14, because I want to be aware of any problems that could be happening, because I've never built something this significant before. Ah, Full Auto's here. Hey, Full Auto.
Well, howdy.
How are you doing? Oh, and Mrs. Full Auto.
Melt says hi.
Let's see here. Are you in the game already or no?
No, it's still loading.
Okay.
The Epic Games launcher is loading. There we go.
It might be a little slow tonight because with Epic giving away GTA 5 for free, still, a lot of people are hopping on. And, well, let me put it this way. It is stretching Epic's launcher to its, yeah.
Understandable.
And I don't know if you've been watching too much on the stream. Have you?
Unfortunately, no, I didn't get to get into it. The last hour of work was kind of crazy.
No, it's okay. I've been having some family issues between my folks pop up, and I've been trying to deal with it intermission-wise, but I've had to take 2 intermissions already to try to calm things down. If I had to do a third, I may be ending this stream early, sadly.
Okay. Well, I got my game loaded and ready for an invite.
All right. But
Satisfactory.
okay, invite sent.
I have also done some work on the area we were working on before.
Perfectly reasonable.
I'm in the middle of making 34 assemblers for the sake of making satyrs alone.
Mm-hmm.
So that will match our maximum production of steel pipe. So if we end up maxing out on satyrs, we'll be good.
Yeah.
I've got 20 assemblers already set up, and I'm gonna go and power them up before I make a whole bunch more, just to make sure that I've got everything wired up correctly.
Sounds Sounds like a plan.
I've also been, since you're coming in a little late to this, I've also been trying to make sure that when I wire these systems up, there is a single connection that is connecting into the power grid and not multiple connections at multiple points. So I can point out areas where it can wire into your fuse system correctly when you get to that point.
Well, alright. Looks like we might have even started feeding in resources.
No, I've
Oh, we
cleaned
just
up
fed.
melt.
We just loaded the tongues.
Yeah, he's been grabbing all the resources from me stripping down the steel facility and throwing that in there. And of course, I am proceeding to go there and take the resources back out to rebuild the steel facility. So, okay. So all of those are connected. I now have to build another one here. Connect this to that. Thank goodness that cables can pass through foundations. All right. All right. What's this? Reason why Epic wants their fan base is due to Modern Warfare Warzone. To get Fortnite back up in the grind, gotta pump up them numbers. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's been rather transparent what Epic has been trying to do this whole time. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't understand Epic's business model at this point. They quite literally want to be epic. I mean, why else would you quite literally name your launcher that unless your sole purpose was quite obvious? All right. Now, what do we got over here? Oh, I think I see what happened. I accidentally wired two assemblers together rather than wiring them to a power pole. Oops. It's like, why are these two red? Why can't I connect wires to them? They say they have no power, so I should be able to wire them up. And then I realized they're wired together. This is why I wanted to get things up and running Now again, a problem with this system is because the power poles are clipping into the roof of the foundation and into other structures. I am losing the marker on top, this neon light that is kind of a report as to what's going on. For at least the bottom stack. I will then be losing it for the middle stack, but I can tell that if something's a matter or a miss based on what's going on with here. And it seems that because the nature of copper wire being a 500 stack, it is taking a while for it to cap off the so I'm just gonna speed this up. I took a bunch of copper wire out of the production facility so I can get these capped off a little quicker.
Hey, I'm just taking my time to orient myself with the new factory.
Yeah, go for it, dude.
It's looking great. I mean, right now the only thing, the only things.
There's
I've
multiple
noticed that
things that aren't
that
quite
kinda
done yet.
Scratch at me so far are the miners.
What about them? The fact that they're kind of awkwardly placed?
Yes, the fact that they are not in line with every other machine.
Well, blame the resource nodes for that. There's not much I could do.
Well, no. Okay. Them being out of sync with the other placements, I understand completely based on the node location. But the fact that they are not
Facing the same
square,
direction?
yes, they're not square with the rest of the machines.
It was kind of the things where I fiddled with it for a long time, and then I eventually just said, screw it. There's nothing I can do to make them look perfect, so I'm not going to waste time on it. There are other things I need to do.
And then the other thing is the power. I don't even know what to call this. Wads? Power wads.
Oh, where there's multiple power poles right next to each other?
Yeah, and all the lines stretch out and hit every single one of the other things, but it just looks like.
It looks like complete garbage. We don't have the Mark III power pole. They're like that because when we get to the Mark III power pole, I can go and rewire things. It's so I could, it's so I could just go ahead and hopefully get things organized. But that was a couple days ago. I have done things I think a little bit more sanely with more recent construction because I realized how terrible that looks. Now, can you imagine those power wads as you called them?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine if I was still stuck using power poles, what they would look like?
I get it.
Okay.
I'm not against it in any way, shape, or form. It's just visually
Irritating.
well, not even irritating. It's just when you're looking through, everything's neat and orderly, and that looks nice. And oh,
Yeah. It's that one little stray string hanging out of your favorite sweater that you just want to pull. But
Yep.
you know if you pull it, it's going to cause a whole lot more problems.
Yep.
Yeah.
Other than that, the place looks great.
Yeah. I'm about to make the third stack of assemblers, 10 assemblers that are making just satyrs. And again, I'm doing it this way to take up as little space as possible, building tall instead of just more wide.
Very economic.
Space-wise, yeah. And I'm hoping that I can can continue to have the feed system working out the way it is.
I like your over-under approach.
The thing is, though, I need to do the same thing that I'm doing with this, but with the steel beams and concrete.
Yep.
So that's currently the thing is we have concrete kind of all over the place, and we don't have it feeding into one central location. And I think that's going to make I'm going to run into the same challenge you ran in with that, where I'm going to have, let's see here, what was it, 780 steel beams as the maximum feeding into that. Let me go ahead and build an assembler real quick, or rather just use one of the assemblers. If I were to go in and let's see here, steel encased beams, it's going to go ahead and consume, let's see here, 60 seconds in a minute, so that's times that by 6, so 4 times 6, that's what, 30 steel beams? So let's see, 780 divided by 30, so 26 assemblers are going to be needed for the steel encased beams. And the thing is, though, where it's 30 steel beams, it's going to eat up a minute. It's going to be eating, I think, 35 or 40 concrete. It's going to be eating a whole lot more concrete than it's going to be eating steel. So getting the steel production will be there. It's getting the concrete production to match that's going to be the challenge.
Well, we have several sources.
Yeah.
And that might be what it takes to get it to match up.
Yeah. Oh. No. No. You see the problem, right?
I do see the problem.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
Did you just do it all backwards?
No, it's not that. It's that there's a power pole that has 4 connections that's blocking him from building.
Yeah, and I have to chase down each of those connections and connect them to something else. Okay, so this is one. Okay. Okay. And let's see here. This other one here. Okay. Yes, I believe this one.
This? Really?
Okay, that was correct. Alright.
I gotta... Why on earth?
What?
One of the wires that's of the 4 is connected to a random smelter.
Oh boy. Alright, well, you know what? I'm just gonna cut the remaining wires, and if you can go ahead and chase them down and reconnect them, that would be lovely. Oh boy. I'm glad that this doesn't have like Fallout 4's wire system in place, where you have to worry about line of sight of wires and walls colliding with it, because then I would have to do what I do in Fallout 4 and Fallout 76, bugging out walls to allow me to have wires penetrate all the way through.
Nice.
I mean, that's what you do. Pretty good pioneering. You just... You... Why? Why did you unlock that one? Okay, well, I suppose it's not all that bad.
That's all you saw.
Okay. Okay, so I need to go ahead and get there. And there. Okay. There we go. All right.
That's weird.
What's weird?
It won't let me connect the fourth line.
Why?
It's at 3 out. It's saying you cannot connect more lines to this connection.
Alright. Let me try. Maybe it's just bugs. Show me where it's supposed to connect to.
Huh, that's weird. I guess it's not this one. What the heck hit me? Was that you?
I wouldn't do anything.
Something hit me.
Okay. So where's this wire supposed to go?
I don't know. I thought it went to one of these, but apparently this has a connection.
Okay, Bobcat, did you come in here and fix it?
I'm nowhere near you.
Okay.
No, it looks like something did because that wire is back in place. You can see it running
Okay,
through the.
I think I know what happened. You connected it, the game was out of sync, but didn't display that it was connected, and it then ran the wire after the fact when it resynced up.
Got it.
So I think it was just a syncing issue. So there's just one more wire that still needs to be connected, though. Because there was 4 wires going into this, and now there's only 3. So there's one wire that is...
The wire from down here.
Yeah. So find one machine that's not powered up.
Oh, sure.
Needle in a haystack. Is that what you're saying?
Found it.
Looks like he's good at needles and haystacks.
It's easy to find the needle when it's flashing red.
Yeah. Okay. Logistics.
Well, if that wasn't the right one, at least I found something.
Well, here's to finding things. Alright. So, this is output. That's input. It lines up. There we go. Alright.
Mel,
Yes.
your factory needs an AHS worker.
Hey, what now? Health and safety?
Safety. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it wasn't designed for people. Oh my god. I hate it when that glitch happens. And when I say that particular glitch, I have this glitch happen in multiple different games, and I think it's because I've played so many rapidly clicking games, and I have better, you know, twitchy reflexes of my fingers than sometimes I can control. That I don't think it's a glitch that happens to do with anything other than my own twitchy fingers, where I sometimes can rapidly build something, and that involves, yeah. Just the finger twitch causing me to be able to build 2 of something instead of 1. Which is really good when you have to fire semi-automatics in some games. Squeeze off 1 round and you end up getting 2 rounds rapidly fired at the exact same location.
Train yourself to fire off little bursts. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's training as much as just muscle memory. Alright. Do I have any rods lying around? No, it doesn't look like it. I'll have to go to the sorting facility and pick some up. You... Wow. So you got the bronze statue and you got the silver statue.
Why is everything pushed up?
As far as I know, everything hasn't stopped.
I'm looking for a power pole.
We may need to focus on... I mean, it's amazing that we have the sorting facility, but I think we may need to start focusing on lining the production up with that sorting facility, if that's not already something that you're working on.
Oh yeah, no, that's something I would definitely like to get done.
Okay, let's see here. Okay.
It's a matter of figuring out where to tap in.
Well, I'm trying to, at most stages, have a Mark II storage. There are some areas that have Mark I's that could be converted to Mark II to create that tap-in location. Okay. Okay, perfect. So... So the... see here, there's...
So what's your thoughts on how to wire this full auto?
Well, I was just looking and I found I figured I'd start with steel pipe, or rods and iron, rods and plates. I figured I'd run them in along the roof of this one.
The other side.
Oh yeah, no. But I'm talking, they'd run along the roof here.
Oh, underneath.
And then up and in.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Okay.
There we go.
Trying to figure out how to place a wall from below.
No, I know how to do that.
Okay.
Just do one from the top and then do another one underneath.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
I'm going to touch that at the moment. Waiting for something to complete. So I can disassemble this and tie in computers.
Okay.
Always dump off my inventory.
Alright. There we go. There we go. The joys of having everything lined up so certain things that normally are a pain in the butt are just so simple.
Hey, full auto.
Yes.
All the conveyor belts we placed last time need to be replaced because they're broken.
Okay. What broke them?
I'm going to say one of the updates.
So we just need to replace all of the different conveyor belts?
Yep. The ones that connect them together for some reason not working. Way to fix it is to rebuild them.
Oh, froze there for a second. Okay. I need to go and get some more iron plates.
That's fixed.
All right. Okay. Dagger's really flooding my live chat. Let's see here. Return to GTA.
Turn the slab.
Yeah.
God, it's gonna be toxic for the next week.
All the hackers and people who cheat are back in the game.
Oh, there.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I still need to return to Red Dead Redemption 2 to finish up the storyline in single player. I literally got so sick of the rampant cheating in Red Dead Redemption 2 that was like GTA all over again, only Western. that it burned me out so much on Red Dead Redemption that I just stopped playing it altogether. I just moved it out of my rotation. I had other games that sparked my interest more. And I haven't gone back to it because, in a way, and this is also one of the reasons why I'm not, too thrilled about going back to GTA. I play GTA because you guys are awesome and you want to play GTA with me. But it's just, I have no patience or chill for the level of cheating that goes on in that game. And not only that, there are literally the oppressor is oppressive. I think honestly the only point the oppressor is in that game is to have a vehicle that it is easy to grief other players with. So, I mean, just the design standpoint of the game and the not caring when it comes to people griefing other players in that in the player base. At least that's how it comes off. I'm sure that there are many of game managers that go ahead and do everything they can to make it a fun and legitimate play experience for all. I just don't see Rockstar really having the heart to make it something where there's not people massively exploiting that game and hacking that game constantly. And I also get that there's a culture that's how they enjoy playing it. And I'm going to say right now, when it comes to multiplayer games, I'm not really keen on it. Single player games, mod and hack and do whatever you want. The only person you're cheating out of experience there is yourself. And sometimes it can be argued that modding can go ahead and add to the experience. Like example, there are weapon mods that I've used in Fallout 4 that I have uninstalled because they make the game too easy. Where the weapon is not scaled in a way that makes the game fun, at least from my perspective. Because it's just, oh look, I pull trigger and anything that I'm pointing at dies. There's no strategy, there's no challenge there. And there are mods that I have installed that have side benefits where I could decide, you know what, I'm going to make this Fat Man still fire Fat Man mini nukes, but it'll accept 38 rounds. There's ways to break games with mods that make them too easy. And I'm just not a fan of it. Personal. For my personal enjoyment. But when it comes to multiplayer, if, say, someone was able to mod a similar system into Fallout 76, and they were able to go ahead and make a Fat Man Merv accept 38 rounds instead of mini nukes, and that person got themselves a ton of 38 rounds and then proceeded to just absolutely lay waste to player after player's base because they could Merv mini nuke it all day long because the ammunition is light and affordable to make instead of what is involved with a normal mini nuke, that would be terrible. But that's the thing with Rockstar, I don't get the sense that they care. Because they know that if some people cheat, other people will spend real money on shark cards to keep up with the people that are cheating. I think it's just a terrible business practice. But again, that's my opinion. Okay. So
it's not a bad opinion.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's welcome to have an opinion. Doesn't make... Opinions are neither right nor wrong. They're just opinions. is my point.
Mhm.
Oh, I need more concrete.
How does this look to you, Polano?
I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Alright. So we now have 30 assemblers just making satyrs, and I'm setting up to add the last 4 on. But concrete is needed. There you go. That should keep me for a while. Yeah, Joseph also pointed out the complete lack of updates on Red Dead Redemption 2 supports the idea that they do not care. Yeah. Well, I mean, if they were putting out updates and content releases to that added content, but also went ahead and dealt with the abuse problem that they were having. Like, example, Red Dead Redemption 2 online was supposed to be a moneymaker. It was supposed to be the Western version of GTA 5. But it did not work. So they haven't spent money on updates for it because it's not making the same amount of money. Now, why do you think that is? I will argue that it's the fact that GTA 5 already exists. All Red Dead Redemption 2 online, 2 players, is a reskinned GTA 5. You have horses instead of cars. Except GTA 5 is older, has more game modes, and it overall is a more mature game. Red Dead Redemption 2 is newer, therefore it does have higher graphical fidelity and better locomotion of the characters in the game. But because it's newer, there's quite literally less to do in it than there is in GTA 5. So there's more turn-offs than turn-ons for a reskin GTA 5. Those that would rather play a Western game instead of a modern-styled gangster game are going to definitely play Red Dead Redemption 2 instead of GTA 5. But at that point, you're segmenting your player base. Instead of having one development team working on a multiplayer game, you have two development teams. So, in a business sense, what they're doing is only hurting themselves. Because of the amount of extra development time it takes to maintain both games when they're so strikingly similar. Yeah, Rockstar diluted their own market.
Honestly, it would have been better to have the Westerns part added to GTA 5, but unfortunately that's not selling a new game for them.
Yeah. Okay. Take this furniture right here. And we're gonna see about doing this. And then that will allow me to if they made it so GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 were greater linked together, they could easily get the player numbers they would need in both games. Like, example, if you've earned X amount of, say, money or rank or something in GTA 5, that translates over to your Red Dead Redemption 2 online character. In other words, your profiles have crossover between games. Then you would see a bigger player base, because then you're keeping some of your qualities that you've earned in another game and carrying it over to another. You would see that. But if you allowed that, the rampant cheating in one world would automatically start affecting the next. To kind of give a very anime example of this, and now this example is probably going to tick some people off. I'm assuming that some people here are familiar with Sword Art Online.
Yep.
Great show.
Depending on who you ask, that's debatable. Me personally, I was a fan of the Gun Gale arc.
Oh, definitely.
But the Elfheim arc kind of just didn't do anything for me.
Yeah, no. I prefer the abridged version of that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, the abridged is hilarious. But anyways, the one thing that made Kirito really powerful is he was taking his real-world experiences and his in-game experiences and translating and carrying them with him across game platforms. And that allowed him to maintain a certain level of badassitude in multiple games. So, in this world where every game studio wants to have their own launcher for their own games, if you're going to go ahead and be a big enough studio to pull a stunt like that off, some integration between your games is smart. So, to give an example, Ubisoft. Ubisoft has their own launcher platform, but they're willing to sync it into other launchers as well. But it tracks your achievement and awards you Ubi Gold, which you can use to buy cosmetics. So, by playing other Ubi games, you can load into, if you've got enough Ubi Gold save up, you can load into a brand new Ubisoft game, buy like a better starter weapon, a couple different cosmetic items so you look like a badass, and you're good to go. Might make the game a little bit easier because you're starting with maybe a better weapon upgrade. But it kind of rewards someone for staying with the franchise. Now, if, say, that were a common element more so in game launchers, where the only difference is it's just a reskin world, you might see it be more more player interest. But, of course, the downside of that is you're locking yourself into maintaining multiple worlds, which is a bigger financial cost. But sometimes worlds die out due to lack of player interest. It's not the first time. I mean, example, a game that I played when I was much younger, and I sat through the beta, I went through the live, I had friends that bought Founder Edition packs for Firefall. Multiplayer game. It was like Anthem. You know how Anthem gave you that fantasy of being Iron Man? Firefall was the same thing, but they had a very unique mechanic to it. Guns, armor pieces, stuff like that didn't drop. Basic material components dropped, and you could either sell those components to buy gear, or you could hunt for rare components and build souped up versions of that base gear and crank your rig that you wore, your exoskeleton, to freaking 12 out of 10 if you were smart about it. And I love that game. I miss it. Red 5 Studios. I would love to see Firefall come back in some aspect. But the thing is, though, for enthusiast people like myself when it comes to gaming, well, I love myself a good video game. I'm willing to sit down and do the math and figure out what resource works best for what rig and how to best get do the math to best get the best outfit. That kind of enthusiasm works well for me, but I'm not an entire player base.
Nope. I know exactly what you're talking about too. There is a player base for games like that, though. First thing that comes to my mind is Iron Core.
I haven't played that game in a long time.
So what ends up happening is the player base just died off. They did several changes that drastically changed how things worked as well to try to reignite the player base multiple times. And there were multiple times where they completely overhauled the crafting system because they realized that the enthusiasts, yes, they loved it, but the gamer base as a whole, there just wasn't enough interest there. So they went ahead and it started out really kind of simple, and then they tried to make it more complex. And then they went ahead and realized the complex wasn't working, so they redid it, I think, a third time to make it even simpler than the simple system. And because they kind of bounced all over the place, they eventually just lost not only the casual players, but they ended up losing some of the enthusiast players too. Because, yes, enthusiasts want to go and get the max out of their rig, but they don't want to get the max out of their rig and then find out that there's now a much easier way that anybody can do that after they've sunk all that effort in. It kind of feels like a little bit of a slap to the face.
I get it.
So, and microtransactions started getting really big in that game for unlocking stuff. And I think what it came down to is the host company for Red 5 that financially banked them was pushing to have the game have, one, a broader appeal for easier use, and to encourage more whales to come to the party. They had several different tiers of founder packs that gave you more and more cool stuff, where you could literally throw more and more money at the game. So, I mean, from the very aggressive monetization system that started developing in the game and the constant changes to the crafting system, there was no way for a strong fan base to build up around that title. And that's the problem. It does not take Melt an hour to look at Chast. And ZM Zombie Slayer, I'm assuming is how that's supposed to be pronounced. Is this game like Rust? No. I would say this is very much not like Rust. I think there's a significant more level of automation in this than Rust. And it's more of a PvE feel than a PvP feel. I would say Rust is very PvP focused. Like, I mean, there are people that have made entire YouTube channels around running at heavily defended and armored bases as a naked tribal, busting through guys that have firearms just to destroy and screw with someone's base. Okay, so we now have 34 assemblers making stators. Said it correctly that time. Just for you, Joseph.
It took you that long to do that.
Well,
I know, I thought about that too.
I prefer calling them satyrs, though. But we are definitely producing... We are definitely eating through the copper wire faster than we are producing it right now. But that is because each one of those devices has a capacity, not for when it's crafting, but a capacity for 500 wire. So on top of trying this, moving at 780 units a minute is doing, it's trying to fill all of those devices on top of go ahead and replenishing the resources that are being consumed. So if we go down, I believe over here, over here, we'll be able to see the storage unit that is set up and filling up with satyrs. And this storage unit that they're all going into is almost full. In fact, it's now full. And the satyrs are going to start backing up, because they got no place to go now.
I can fix that real quick.
Yep.
I just got it so that the iron rods are going to the right spot.
Well, the steel pipes have a section that you can link into them, and so do the steel beams.
Excellent. The one that I'm most interested in getting set up would be the aluminum plates.
The aluminum sheets are still
way up there.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a chore.
Bit of a chore.
Yeah.
Actually, I was wondering, are we going to move that from on high to a different area?
I imagine eventually they were put there for convenience sake. Now, if you go and look at what it needs to make aluminium, you'll see that it needs the ore that we're the ingots that to make the ingots we need to bring the stabilized ore and combine it with copper. So it has to be where we can pull copper bars off of the chain. So that's why there's this huge escalator taking copper bars out of that copper facility and combining them with the aluminium ingots to make the sheets. So you have to, if you go ahead and move it, again, we only really need one because we don't use them as fast as they're being produced, obviously. Except when we're doing big construction things, then we go and use them pretty fast. But you'd have to go ahead and align the construction facility along with the conveyor belt that's bringing in our aluminium and the place where we can feed off the copper ingots at the same time. So if you were to relocate it, which you can, you have to keep that in mind. That's all. Okay.
I see what Bobcat means by the conveyor belts are broken.
Really?
Not only that, but conveyor belts aren't showing me what's on them.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got that bug too.
Okay, what do you show me a conveyor belt that looks broken to you?
This big conveyor belt right here, what's on it?
Where are you?
I'm right next to you, literally.
Okay, I thought you ran behind me. This one?
Yeah, what's on this conveyor belt? Because I see nothing.
Hold on, let me try something. It is. Do you see it now?
Nope.
Yeah, well.
I know it's supposed to be there,
Well, what's supposed to be there is there.
but not for
Hey,
me.
Mel,
Yes.
Not visually.
can I get you to come out here and build something for me because I'm having a glitch?
How about both of you exit out? I will save, and we will watch to see if it fixes both Full Auto's glitch and Bobcat's glitch.
Fair enough.
I'm on menu.
Okay, just waiting on full. Alright. Save game. Quick save. Again, Satisfactory is early access, so it is got some problems still with multiplayer. That's just being honest. I tend to end up getting involved with things that are in development that I think are cool. And sometimes that means that bugs do happen. Oh my god. Joseph. He's making fun of how I gave the reason why I call them satyrs instead of stators. Because I explained, it's not like I'm purposely mispronouncing them as the mythical creature. And I just said how the satyrs are getting backed up. He says there's nothing worse than a backed up satyr. Yeah, because if you have backed up satyrs, You end up getting worn out nymphs. Alright. Invites going out. And I think I'm going to go ahead and take a brief break. I want to go ahead and check on what's going on downstairs with the folks, because it's been quiet for so long, and I want to make sure everything is okay. So, I'll be right back in just a little bit. Alright. Thankfully, both the folks are asleep, and things have calmed down a bit. I'm definitely going to go ahead and have a long talk tomorrow. See about getting a better solution to what happened tonight in place. Got myself some leftover mac and cheese, because I really didn't have much of a dinner. Okay. Were you guys both able to get on?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I started crafting or placing stuff, and it kicked me out.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's alright. It's my fault for building 10 things at the exact same time.
Ooh. Okay.
I'm also building fast too, and it's struggling.
Well, again, we know that the multiplayer is not as optimized as it could be yet. And the fact that, you know, the factory is getting built up to the point where there are a lot of machines running constantly. Hey, Kyle! Welcome back. Yeah. Okay. So, we now have the next stage that I need to work on would be the. Let's see, so that's a Mark II. I think I need to work on the concrete to make sure that we get the concrete set up for making the.
We do not boop into the dragon. I can kill booty.
Excuse me? Did someone just get a booty boop?
No, she kicked my booty if I boop.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
No.
Okay. So, I have 2 miners that are producing, that are at Mark II, that are producing limestone for us. I think I'm going to go ahead and upgrade those miners to Mark IIIs.
Good plan.
Um,
Gonna need another invite. I crashed out again.
oh boy.
Might need to restart your game.
I did.
Oh, guys, if you do have any berries, please leave them in the lizard doggo pen. Because the lizard doggos are hungry. Wait, why is that not running? Oh, and I'm almost out of fuel again.
There's quick-wire at base now.
Sweet, thank you.
At least I hope there is, because I can't see conveyor belts.
Okay, so this. Okay. There we go. For some reason, some of the assemblers didn't have the right plan locked into place. I could have sworn I got them all. But, you know, that shows me. Got them fixed now. Okay.
Invite, please.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry. Okay.
I'm gonna restart my game.
Okay. Alright. So I think what I need to do is build 2 portable miners. And I should be able to convert the 2 there we go. Mines, because I got everything else I need for it. Just gonna tear them down and rebuild them as Mark IIIs. And hopefully find the place where they were wired in to rewire them in, if this will work. So now producing 300 limestone out of that one.
Mount.
What?
Invite, please.
Okay.
Are you able to get in, full auto?
It looks like he's in.
Indeed.
Okay.
And it looks like things are working properly. I can see stuff on belts. Think.
You think?
Well, usually stuff is supposed to move along the belt, not just sit on it.
Access parts are correct up.
Okay.
The price of one ticket is expensive right now.
Well, yeah. That's how it works. The more tickets you print, the more expensive they get. It's a cumulative cost. That's why getting to the golden nut, the most expensive statue in the game, is such a big thing.
Yeah, I had it, then lost it.
There we go. Okay, so we are going to be producing 900 limestone.
Okay.
But the conveyor belt can only handle 780. So,
Time for multiple conveyor belts.
no, I'm not going to bother. I don't think that it'll be necessary. That's places where I'm telling. That's my sanity check. If it is a base resource, and I can't basically, if I can't manage it with the normal amount of conveyor belts, that's my stopping point. Now, let's see here. Actually gonna. I know that I have this up here, but I'm gonna bring it back down here. It's more of a situation. Okay. Now the sorting area, is that all linked up to the same factory floor?
Eventually, I think, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Okay. No. The foundations.
Yes.
Okay.
Those are those were placed based off of the roof that was above them,
Okay. That's what I want to know.
which is based off of the iron facility.
Okay. maybe expanding the area in front of the sorting area. A bit. Okay, let me bust out the calculator. So we have 780 concrete that we have coming in. We need to bust that down into normal concrete. Now, one constructor consumes 45 per minute, so we divide 780 by 45. We have 17. That's going to be a lot of constructors, but that'll give us the maximum concrete. So, would it be terribly interfering of me to use some of this empty space in front of the sorting area to set up our concrete production that I will eventually have leading up to the still area to go ahead and make our encased industrial beams?
Not at all.
Okay.
As you can see, I'm going along the ceiling. Unless you plan to build that tall, you're good.
No. I think I can manage 17 constructors without having to build that tall. Hopefully.
Oh, looks like there's a power pole in the way.
Yep.
And we now have fuel going back to base.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
It's just gonna take about a minute to get back to base.
Unfortunately, there's a cargo container full of it back at base.
Yeah, I ran a couple of stories full.
I appreciate that because I just ran out.
Whole reason why he ran so much is because he was tired of me bitching about running out of fuel.
That's all you kept bitching about.
Well, I'm sorry.
Melt, I thank you for your bitching. It provided me with convenience. I used the same one he did.
Okay, let's see here. You don't need that. Okay. So there are a couple of places where I didn't bother putting the foundation down because there are power poles in the way, and I'm not in the mood to chase down wires right now. I really just want to kind of get this show on the road here. So I have one conveyor belt that's bringing in 600 and another that's bringing in 300. Sorry, I'm famished. Dinner was just not an option. With how things were today. Okay. All right. How am I going to do this? I'm toying with a couple different ideas of how to do the layout. Should be able to still. Not that. Come on, game. Yeah. I can still place this. Don't even bother getting started. Okay. Now, I need to pull my calculator up again. if I were to go ahead, is 300, which is the maximum, divided by 45. Does that meet out to something? Nope. Not really. It's 6 with a remainder. So I think what we'll do is I'll do the 6 constructors to go ahead and get rid of the 300, and then the remainder afterwards, that's when I'll feed in the 600 that's coming outwards to the supply line, because that's when the supply line will be thinning out after that first 6. And that'll allow me to go ahead and get the most out of this. So, logistics splitter, we input there, and then production constructor 1, 2, 3.
Hey, fool.
Yeah, what's up?
Can I get you to run me out 30 motors?
Sure enough.
Appreciate it.
Let me just figure out if this line goes anywhere. Okay, so this line of screws literally goes nowhere. Awesome.
There's going to be a couple of those because of where they were supposed to go. Doesn't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
From stripping the steel out. Like, we don't have a place to make a heavy modular frames right now.
Yep. I think this is the container for motors. How many motors did you need?
30.
I'll just bring you a stack of 50.
Action.
Okay.
Oh goody, I get to take the man cannon.
The man cannon. Oh, God.
Oh, gee, win, yarn chicken.
Yarn chicken?
Place your bet.
Yep. Yarn chicken.
Yarn chicken. I don't think I'd ever be in the mood to eat a fresh yarn chicken.
Well, no, it's not. It's not the actual bird. It's like when two cars are driving at each other.
Oh. Okay, the act of playing chicken.
Yarn left.
She's
Will
trying
it
to.
be an-
She's trying to finish a project with a limited amount of yarn left without starting a new skein or something.
Ah, okay.
Appreciate it.
Not a problem. Now I'm guessing there's no cannon that'll launch me back the other direction.
No, but there's a
I bet
Mark 5
Justin, the
conveyor
odds have
belt.
not been in my favor
I'll take it.
lately.
There we go. think I planned that out wisely. Because I need to go ahead and handle the output of this facility as well. So organization. You know what? Let's not face it that way. Let's go ahead and face it this way. And then we can go ahead and logistics. Conveyor merger. There we go. Okay, so now we have that output there as being our output. Okay. And I immediately want to change something. This and this. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm gonna wait until I go ahead and do some quick math here. So 600 divided by 45 equals 13. We'll make it 14 so I can use the remainder of the from the first minor. And why is this one blinking red? Oh, because concrete wasn't selected. There we go. Okay. So. We're going to have some stacking conveyor belts here. So let's go ahead and put conveyor belt merger. We'll do that. 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 Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 9 more to build. 5 here. We can make that 6. And then 7. If I make it another 7 there, that'll hit our requirements. So I want the output to be there so it can match up with the other output. That there. That there. Alright. I know this probably looks complicated, kind of crazy, but trust me, it's my kind of crazy. There we go. So I need to go and get more copper wire. The rest of this set up. Okay. And the wire was here. Whoop. Alright. Okay. Alright. Logistics, splitter. Somebody just didn't build 2. No, I just built 1. Splitter. 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 All right. Okay. And this is going to be the feed line. But before I go and do that, I need to go ahead and get the feed line to a place where it's a little bit more controlled. It doesn't make too much crazy sense. Okay. There you go. Running the feed line on top of the output line, so that what the lines are in line. That way they do not interfere with each other. I am missing. Shock, gasp, guffaw, I'm out of concrete. of all things. Building a facility that produces massive amounts of concrete. I've ran out of concrete. There we go. Trying to keep this nice, neat, and compact, so there is no problems with the facility. Go. And now just a matter of the last output run and then wiring this monster up. Oh, I double built. Hey, Filato.
Howdy, howdy.
Go. Output line connected. Now. All right. Ooh, someone's mic just got whacked. I heard the kerfuffle. All right. All right. Let's see here. Probably set this right there. Connect that into the existing power grid. Hook this. Now. Good. Yep. I knew that probably just happened again. All right. Oof. That was a nasty lag spike. Last thing you want to do is lag spike midair while jetpacking right over a Mark V conveyor belt. Because the second the game catches up, you're getting flung. All right.
Storage space for that.
There we go. And all right. Boo. I realized that I made a mistake. Surprise, right? Let's see here. Can I... No, it's probably best that I don't try to do this any other way than this. Mark 5. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put a merger. There we go. Okay, I think I see the problem.
You gotta hate it when a stupid solution fixes problems.
Yeah. You're absolutely right there. Especially when it's a problem of your own designing because you forgot a step that you were trying to take to go ahead and maximize. I did not build that thing. That's on you, game. I was trying to make this all tight and everything, but I ended up having to go and do this to get the excess merged into here. Now, 600 is coming down the pipe, but there is leftover coming from this 300. So this should be able to bleed off that leftover, add it to this existing run since this holds 780. And that will allow these ones further down the chain to be fed maximally. And that means that this Mark II storage unit here that it's going to be filling with concrete can now be tied into our silo system, the sorting system over there, as our means of concrete into the silo. And I think, honestly, low-key in the background, Bobcat is expanding the power system just to make sure I don't go ahead and push it to its limit. I think that's why he wanted so many motors.
No.
Oh, really? Alright. Well, I'm wrong then.
If I wanted to expand the power grid, all I'd have to do is hook 2 pipes up.
Oh, you've got everything already built, you just haven't connected the pipes?
Yeah. I can triple our power grid.
Wow. So, question. Why not connect those pipes up if you got everything already built?
see no reason to have them on.
Okay.
Because if I have to turn them on, means I have to turn on another system which is going to draw a lot of power.
I don't quite follow, but okay. I'm gonna just smile and nod then. Okay, so we have 20 constructors constantly producing concrete now. So that is a rate of 15 concrete per minute. So 15 times 20, so that's 300 concrete per minute. So I want to go ahead and set up a system that is going to be making steel encased beams. So let's go ahead and set up our assembler here so we can look at this recipe, because that's the next stage, the encased industrial beams. Now if I'm limited to 300 per minute, that means that I can, if I want to produce at the rate that concrete is being produced currently, that means I can only build 10 assemblers for the encased industrial beams. Now, of course, if I build 10 assemblers, then that means I am using all of the concrete that is being produced at this facility. But we have another facility across the way that's also producing concrete. So I don't see why I should not be able to do that. Is there anything else that needs concrete besides encased industrial beams that I should be aware of, guys?
No.
Okay. It's not needed for
Not that
heavy.
I'm aware of.
Not needed for heavy modular frames or anything like that.
I mean,
think
it's used in case the encased beams are in that.
Oh, I thought we had an alternate plan that used concrete as a replacement for one of the ingredients that was more efficient. But
Maybe.
Yeah, I think I got rid of screws. I don't remember.
Well, let me go ahead and get to a manufacturer and examine it. We do have a manufacturer around here still somewhere, right?
No, we'd have to build one, I think.
Okay, so I need to build a manufacturer to check the recipe. I need to go and get 5 motors and 50 plastic. Did you guys go ahead?
There's 2 up here.
Oh. Oh, yeah, there is one up here.
Yeah, we still use encased industrial beams in both of them.
No, the question wasn't encased industrial beams. The question was concrete.
Oh, concrete, yeah. It's used in the alternate.
Alright, so if we were to use the alternate plan, would it be beneficial that I not use up all the concrete?
Yeah.
How much concrete per minute does it need in the alternate plan?
About 21.
21. So, if I build 9 encased industrial beam productions, that leaves 30 remaining concrete that's being produced per minute. That will go and get backlogged. We can eventually route that to making heavy encased.
Is your inventory empty, Mel?
My inventory empty? Probably not. No. I've got some space, but it's not empty. Because I've been
draining some of this?
What?
Trying to empty this.
Oh, well then, yeah, I'll take some. Now, are you guys moving the aluminum sheets, are you?
I already did.
Okay.
I just have to move the excess.
All right. Let's see here. I took down one of the extra sinks again that isn't being used anymore. We had sinks set up all over the place.
Yeah.
Alright.
Looks like I need to run out to the aluminum area. Things right.
Oh, is there a problem going on?
Yeah, it slowed down a lot.
Alright. Okay. Okay. So I have right here my steel beams, and I have right here my concrete. So this production area is kind of right in the way. So I'm going to move it over here. Where it's still useful, but less like right in the way of what I'm trying to do. Okay. Alright. So, if I'm making okay.
Well, I am having some severe issues tonight.
Really?
It's just not really working. Lagging like no one's business. But I've made drastic improvements on the Autobahn.
The Autobahn?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
moving
calling?
parts at super speed.
Oh goodness. Okay. Well, considering that I try to go for at least 5 hours a night, let's just go ahead. Currently, we're at 4.5 hours. If we want to go ahead and go for like another half hour, and if the internet situation doesn't improve, we can call it there for the night. Does that sound like a plan?
Oh, you guys can feel free to keep going. I'm the one that's struggling.
Yeah, I know. But with everything going on with my folks as well, I'm still kind of concerned about them.
Understood.
So it's not just a you thing, it's a myriad of different things going on. And I think that I want to spend some time tonight doing some research on some better ways that I can help my folks out. Because tonight, it's been getting worse over the last couple of days, and tonight is the worst that it's been. And I need to find some other way beyond my limited capabilities to help. Because, I mean, quite literally, without my folks, I wouldn't be here.
Mm-hmm.
So... Why was there a loop there?
Oh, you mean in the hypertube going up?
Yeah.
Because when you hypertube going down, it'll hurt you, but without that loop, it'll deal a lot more damage.
Oh. Oh, this goes down too. Ow!
Yeah, it does a little bit of damage, but not a lot.
Wait, hold on. Let me try it. Okay. Oh, if you have Blade Runners on, it doesn't do any.
But if I took that loop out, it was killing me from top to down.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, it still hurts. Yeah. But I'm just saying it's a lot better than what it used to be.
Really, it's all about going up. Going down, you can just like jump off with Blade Runners or with a jetpack and just boost right there at the end, and you're fine.
Okay.
It's more about getting up.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are concerned about that these days.
They make pills for that.
Oh God.
Started it.
I was talking about upward mobility. I would like financial, not. I was talking about getting ahead in the world, not erectile dysfunction. God dang it!
The quotes page.
Yeah.
That's not. Why is wording so hard? Why? I open my mouth, and what I mean in no way is supposed to be inappropriate, but the words that come out, just. I'm doomed. The moment my mouth opens, apparently, you know?
Yep.
Okay. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. That's not gonna work. Okay. I think I might have a way to go and do this. And it'll keep it much more compact. It's going to be a little more challenging in some aspects. Okay. Logistics, splitter. Oh, this is like going to be way too close. Yeah. This is always the challenge when doing these splitters with the over-under technique, is making sure that you have the distance necessary to, because I naturally want to pack things really tight, and this just does not handle that well. Alright, yeah, no. This is not going to work with what I was planning to do. Alright. Is there... Okay. Okay. I can do this, but it would literally be cutting a walkway out of circulation. Okay. The question is, how important is this walkway at this point? Hey guys, can I get your opinion on something?
Coming.
It's gonna take him a minute to get there.
Well, if full auto's closer, I could just take his judgment call if you're a real long distance out. So I think I saw full auto.
Out to the aluminum.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll just have to go ahead and use full auto's judgment on this.
Alright, I'm here.
Okay, you see this ramp here?
Yeah.
Do you think we could do without it?
Yeah, we could do without it. I mean, especially since there's literally a ramp right there that serves the same purpose.
Okay. And what do you mean ramp right where?
Right over here. Literally 6 tiles away.
Okay. Okay, yeah, this is definitely extraneous. Okay. Because I was worried about taking this ramp out and causing problems. But if it's not really needed, then I don't mind getting rid of it. Because the idea is I need a mess of these, and
I found the problem.
what's the problem?
You use Mark II conveyor belts.
Yeah, I occasionally use Mark II conveyor belts where I can get away with them. We could bring this in one more.
It's requiring 360.
What's requiring 360?
The smelter requires 360 per minute. Mark II cannot keep up.
Okay. I can move this much closer. I'm trying to compact this as much as I can to let's see. Not that close. Oh God. Game, calm down. I think that I need to stop fiddling with it and just let that be what it is. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright. Encase beams. 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 Alright. I don't think you can go ahead and make a assembly system that uses less splitters the amount of splitters I use to make this. Oh Lord. I mean, it definitely would be a challenge. Now, the real challenge. Seeing if I can go and get mergers to work with this system. It's kind of crazy. It kind of encroaches on all of the things. The factory's getting crowded again.
What did you expect? You're the one building.
Yeah, I know. Come on. There we go. I try to keep things clean and compact as possible. I do, I swear I do. But it's hard. Okay. Okay. Uh. That is not what I meant to put down. All right. Guys, the encased industrial beams are in a very convenient place for you guys to go ahead. Well, at least I think this is convenient. I think this is probably the most convenient place I could think of to go ahead and link it up to the storage facility. But feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, what just broke? Everything broke! What happened? Why is things...
I have no clue. Did someone cut a wire that shouldn't cut?
No, but I did activate a couple of things that may have turned on, and he built an entire factory floor.
Well, our power level has been dropping regularly. It used to be at 6,000 capacity. It dropped down to 4,200 a while ago, and then just recently dropped down to 3,900. So something's going on with our power facility.
Yeah, looks like I gotta run out.
Could be that we added fuel distribution over to the main facility.
Yeah, probably. Started drawing on the fuel system that I had.
Ooh. So, were we depriving our generators of fuel? Is that what could have happened?
Probably.
That's no good.
You wanted fuel.
Yes, but there's ways to split it off so it doesn't suck all the fuel out of the system.
Yes, I'm walking.
So what do you think, Filato, since you're right here?
It's a nice factory floor.
No, I mean, is this for the encased industrial beams? Will this be convenient for you? You're totally focused on what you're doing.
Well, I'm seeing the concrete. Where's the industrial beams?
I was, until you dropped down, I was right next to you.
Ah, I see.
You are now flying past me. Hi! How's it going?
Looking good.
Okay. So, there's a place that you can loop into the concrete down there, and then you can loop into the encased industrial beams here. Oh, it's the sky flap flap. I'm betting it's still instance, which means I see him and you don't.
Yep. Oh no, I could see him.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yep. All the conveyor belts are empty, but I could see him.
Oh! They really need to work on the... Well, most of these conveyor belts are empty right now because it hasn't had a chance to output anything because the power grid went offline shortly after I hooked this up. So there wasn't much production to be done. And a good chunk of the encased industrial beams in this container are ones that that have been collecting in my inventory from replacing conveyor belts with Mark 5s. So.
Idea?
Well, I didn't know the power grid was dropping. If I'd known ahead of time, I would have been out here.
Well, I mean, sometimes you can only react. I mean,
We're all distracted with other projects.
Yeah,
No one blames you.
it's not a big deal.
I blame Mel because Mel's been watching it drop.
No, I haven't.
I think he saw it drop. Like he
I
went back and
checked it
reviewed.
after. I checked it after it went down, and I reviewed the graph, and I can, by looking at the graph, you can tell clearly where the power grid was struggling and dropped. So, I'm not. If I realized it was dropping ahead of time, I would have said something before it crashed. For real.
What?
What?
Abuse of fix-it property detected. User has been temporarily locked out. Report sent to HR. Recommendation. Recommended solution: anger management, dishonorable discharge, therapy, or accidental exposure to dangerous substances.
Wait, where did you go ahead and see that?
I'm looking at the power pole.
You're looking at the Powerball, and where does it say that?
If you click on the screen where the graph is, you get a little spark, and if you keep doing that,
Oh. Ah. So it's a touch screen. And you can go ahead and get it to...
hilarious.
Oh. That is a nice touch. That is a nice touch. Okay. Let's see here.
You'll hear it snap a few times.
Yes, it's okay. It's all right. Man, this factory is absolutely massive.
It's not the word I was going to go with, but yeah.
Oh, really? What
If Mel
descriptive
holds this-
term were you planning to use?
I mean, it's not chaotic anymore, and it's at least partially organized. But right now, from my end of working, everything's kind of mixed up everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, it's mass-produced in different spots, but all the floors are stacked different.
Okay.
There's no shape. Altogether, good factory. Complaining in the slightest, except for the aluminum part.
Except for the aluminum part.
I mean,
Why?
why is it so high up? I get it. I understand. But at the same time, we've refined so many other things and brought it all down, and that part's still flying.
Yeah. Okay. Keep in mind that is like the end tier stuff, and we were just at the rush of unlocking it so we could make everything else more compact.
Oh, I absolutely understand.
And I'm sure that once we get everything else squared away, we can drop that ceiling down too. But the reason why it is so high up is to avoid collision with the existing factory, and it is part of a sky highway network connecting to different resources. And to avoid hostiles, you tend to build high, so you can build over treetops. Because all the hostiles on the in the game right now are all land-based. And there's only like one that has a ranged attack. So when you're running resource lines, rather than dealing with the bumpy nature of natural terrain, building a skyway to move those resources around is just safer and more efficient. Now, what's going to really suck is if they put flying enemies in the game in key areas, whereas if you get too close to, say, their nest area, they will fly by, pick players up, and then drop them off high heights. Kind of like your little harpies. The harpies we were having to deal with in Minecraft Eternal. Delayed was having the worst time dealing with those because they don't deal a lot of damage and they don't fly much. But the second they see a player, they fly over the player, pick them up, and drop them off a cliff. So if they had like a harpy-like enemy in this game, those skyways would now have a visible challenge that you would have to deal with. Because I can imagine falling off a skyway, dying because of a simple mistake, and then all of a sudden you're having to run back across the same skyway to get back to your gear. So you of course you don't have your jetpack, and this little flying SOB comes by, picks you up off the skyway, drops you off the edge to kill you a second time. There would be so many players that would just be like, nope, done, taking a break for a while. I'm taking a break because I can't deal with this shite.
Like you.
Were you saying that I would take a rage quit break, or were you saying that I was shite?
Kind of both.
Yeah, I kind of figured. You ass. How's the power grid going?
Should be back online momentarily.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the factory from the distance, and I'm seeing all these beautiful red flickering lights.
Yeah, it's just Christmas.
Yeah, well, I think we need some green lights mixed in there for that to work. And my God, full auto.
What up?
That is one sizable foundation you're building out there, sir. Are we building a nature reserve around all the poisonous gas buildings to keep them enclosed? You making your
Nature reserve wasn't the idea. It's more this is the area we can't go because all of these foundations are just outside the reach of the poison.
Ah, okay. So you're building a containment facility. Oh, man.
I mean, I can do this, and I don't need power to do it.
Uh-huh. You're absolutely...
And it's on the to-do list.
There is a to-do list? Why haven't I heard about this?
Because you've got enough to do.
Ah, I see. But I'm definitely enjoying the view. Despite the massive sprawling factories and the racks of conveyor belts that we got all over the place, this is still a effing beautiful game.
Mm-hmm. Boy, howdy, I'm glad you refined all that concrete. I'm about to need some.
Now, there's a secondary concrete facility on the other side of the iron plant as well that I think is absolutely chock full in case the facility that I had up and running is running low on concrete.
Yeah, there's a double container that's full.
Gunpowder out there.
Oh, okay. So the Mark II that I had going is absolutely full still. Sweet. since the encased industrial beams, since it eats more concrete than steel beams, I scaled the production of the encased industrial beams to the concrete because it would run out first. Because I know that I've made stupid amounts of steel beams. So if I can, I could go ahead and running in a conveyor belt all the way from the other concrete that isn't looped into the system yet to where the concrete is in the base would possibly be a little congestive. I might be able to work it out by like having it run along the underside of a foundation, kind of like how you did, to loop it over there, but even still. Okay. What was being produced at the steel facility that I had to scrap that isn't being made anymore?
Heavy
Let's
modular frames.
Yeah,
Yeah.
heavy modular frames is definitely one.
We've got the stators, we've got the steel pipe, we've got the steel beams and encased beams.
Mm-hmm.
That was about it, I think.
So I need to find a place to put up a manufacturer that can make heavy modular frames and loop that into the existing system. If I get that done, I will have rebuilt everything that was part of the steel facility, only a little bit more bolstered than it was.
Probably.
Okay. Now, let's see here. Take my little tower down here. Let's go ahead and take a look at getting the parts I need for that manufacturer. Plastic. Okay, and take some more cable. Take some motors. Alright. Now, I do have a question.
What was that?
The facility you guys built, will it ever have a dump unit? Where you could throw
Oh, you mean an entry unit where you can just dump an inventory and it gets auto sorted?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Okay. So, we have the heavy modular frame, And then we have the alternate recipe, heavy encased frame. Now, the heavy encased frame is a little more than double the time, but produces 3. It does use a whole lot more steel pipe, but we have the steel pipe to spare, so that's no big deal. It would use almost double the modular frames, but again, when it's using almost double the recipe but produces 3 times the recipe, I think that's still a win. It does use double the encased beams, and it does use 22 concrete. So I think, all things being considered, considering I have the encased beams, the steel pipe, and the concrete all being produced in one area, all I have to do is run the modular frames over to this area where the encased beams are making, and we could go and have this set up right quick. This is kind of in the way though, so I'm going to take this storage unit here out. Do we have a place where the aluminum sheets are being stored in the sorting thing yet?
As far as I know, yes.
Aluminum, yes.
The aluminum sheets?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
It's on the right side towards the back.
Right side towards the back? Ah, okay. It's absolutely freaking full. Alright. Hey, Full Auto? Do you need some aluminium sheets?
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
I got about 300 on me. I'm good.
Yeah, I've got over 1,000.
But yeah, no, I would love to have an auto sorter set up.
Yeah. What is this producing? Oh.
More than likely, however, for now, it'll be an auto dumper, where you drop whatever's in your inventory that you don't need anymore, and it just goes straight to the sink.
Yeah. I can see
And
how
if we
that would be
have-
appealing to some folks.
Well, and if we have production on the scale that we have, you've got storage for everything we're producing. You don't need to resort those minor stacks. You can just sink them. And when you need that resource again, you just go get it because it's automatically being produced.
Well, when you're right, and you're right. Okay. That's the encased beams. That's the steel pipes. All right. Oh, is that a beautiful sound I'm hearing?
Sounds like power.
And just in time. Because I just got the manufacturer for our heavy modular frames up. And it's going to produce over 7 parts a minute. 7.03 parts a minute to be precise. Organization. And since I don't think there's anything big that requires heavy modular frames, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Okay. Yep. Now, I'm going to say this. I realize that I mathed this correctly if I did not overclock the production of heavy modular frames. I realized that there was only a excess production value of 30 concrete, and I knew that without overclocking it was 22 concrete for the alternate plan. Completely overclocked, it consumes almost, well, rounding up, 52 concrete per minute. So, there's some options here. I could just not overclock it. I mean, we don't really need a lot of heavy modular frames right now, right? Or I could just try to overclock it so it's less than what it's putting. Let's see. Let's go ahead and take it down 1 and see what that puts it at. Okay, not enough. Okay, so we're gonna take it down to just 50% boosted. Yeah. So that way I don't tear through all of our concrete. And who knows, maybe, you know, at 50% boosted it'll be closer to that 30. It's still gonna be over, I think, though. It's not gonna be grossly over. Hey, 30.9! 30.9. So, yeah. Okay.
Well, okay then.
I can't completely overclock it. I can only overclock it a little bit. Otherwise, we will eat through our concrete reserve. But hey, in the time that I've been yammering, we've got 18 heavy modular frames already produced.
All right.
So,
Well, my game just crashed out to desktop, so I think I'm going to call it there.
yeah. Bobcat, are you okay with calling it for the night too?
Yeah, I can.
All right. I think that this is probably the best time. I'm hoping that we go and see some more progress on developing this game, and I think multiplayer optimization would be nice. It's not something that I expected they're going to be moving on quickly because optimization is like the last step in developing a game, and it's early access, so they're still looking at adding new things to the game before they'll start worrying about optimization. But we've got all of the steel taken care of. We do have some of the higher end stuff to go ahead and look at getting up. Like, I don't think we have any radio control units or turbo motors being produced right now. I could be wrong. But maybe we'll be taking a look at that next time. But so, thank you so much for being here, folks. As always, stay frosty, and I hope to see you again next time.